Hello, hello, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Oh, it looks like it's not coming through. That's unfortunate. Hold on, let me fix that for you. So that y'all aren't just listening in silence. No, it's there. Well, if that's there, then what's the problem? What's the problemo? We're utilizing the music in Go instead of our usual, just because it's such a vibe. And it's a good change of place to move it around. And as far as I'm aware, hopefully, YouTube won't yell at me. But hopefully y'all are doing well today. Today is gonna be some game day. I got some snacks. I have what do I got? Nature's Promise, organic chewy, and I got Dave's bread, like little chewable, like snack bar kind of deal, with a glass of milk. Let's see if I can figure this out for y'all. Because I have audio capture. Does it need to be game captured? Let's see. And then we go back to main. Oh, I think I know what it was. It was the dynamic mask, wasn't it? Interesting. Okay. So if I do this. Is there an additional thing that pops up? Anything? Maybe, perhaps? Still no. Why is this being so weird to me? Maybe it has something to do with OBS. Because OBS updated. Oh shit, OBS updated. Yeah, it is. It's the new update. Oh no. Also me checking to make sure that I'm not muted this whole time. It feels like it would be. This would be one of those things. But seriously though, why is it giving me the sass? Chrome music, no. Oh? You know what? It works for this one. So we're just gonna run it. Listen, if it works, it works. You know what I mean? It's just kind of one of those things where you just don't question it. It just works. But hopefully y'all are having a good day. Hopefully you had a good Monday. Mondays can be rough for just about everybody. I myself, Monday for me are my plan for the week and what's the word I'm looking for? Plan for the week and maintenance days. They're the ones that like I do my editing, I do my videos, I do my shorts. Like I get all that stuff out and ready to go, which reminds me, it's been such a hot minute since I've done like a short. I turned on the wrong settings, the one that posted today. For those that don't know, YouTube does this weird thing where there's like a little checkbox where it says notify subscribers. If you want it to reach out to new people, which is a short, which is you want it to reach out to new people, you don't want to notify subscribers. It's weird. Because if you do the notify subscribers, you'll only pretty much send it out to them. And then if they aren't interacted with, it just dies. They just die. So it's just it's not It's not great. Honestly, as someone who's like new starting up on stuff, I'm not the biggest fan. Like, YouTube has been such a big headache for me. But there isn't really a better alternative. There just isn't. But what you're gonna do? We're here to play the game after all. We're here to make a game after all. Well, let me send everyone to let them know that I'm live. Starting up now. We'll post this as well. There we go. Perfecta. I hope y'all are doing well. Don't think there's anything new that happened. Not really. Just enjoying my snacking. But isn't this such a vibe? The music? I hope it doesn't get flagged. Fingers crossed, because I want to use this for a while, but it's going to take a while for me to catch up to any of the VODs. So it's not. I'm not going to know that it's a problem for like months down the line. I also have a banana. Does anyone else have like a banana for like snackage? Hey Star, how are you doing? How's your week going so far? Right now I'm just snacking. What? Don't tell me you hear me eat. If so, I apologize. Yeah, that's a lot of points. Do you know what you're gonna spend it on? Or are you gonna sit on it for a while? Because a lot of people have a lot of points. I just don't have a good outlet. Except the occasional, like, costume fight. You know? Hey, Ludo. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry, I'm snacking. So I'm not really talking as much as normal. Good, good, I'm glad. You hear that? This is ASMR. Idealist. I'm doing well. It was a rough wake up this morning, but that seems to be more of the rule versus the exception. So we hear. Yeah, right. So true, Star. Okay. This is my first time trying the Dave's bread like snack thing. It's not bad. It's pretty good. But yeah, we're just waking up, we're getting some food, trying to take care of ourselves. We have a caffeinated drink right here. I'm also a milk drinker, so I have a glass of milk. Before you ask, actually I think it might be fat-free. I usually get 2%, but for whatever reason they didn't have that last time I went to the grocery store. I also have a Dr. Pepper for caffeination. Now, Normally, I think reducing the caloric intake by going diet would be a good idea, but man, the fake sugar, dude, I think there's something about it. I'm supposed to have finished reading a book for tomorrow. Oh, what's the book? And how far have you gotten into it?
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues.
Just like reading that book. Mana and Scowl. I don't think I've read that one. Manon Mescal. Well, time to get to it. Best of luck. Feel free to read while you listen to me bang my head against a wall. Because today I want to work on game dev stuff where we're going to just try to figure things out. I like you said probably. Do you speak French? And or read French? Both, either. I am French. Even more. Well, technically, Ludo, that doesn't answer my question. Now, it's pretty obvious that the answer is yes, because you are French, but there are people that do not do English well. Even though they are American. Less of a immigration joke and more of just the people are dumb. Mostly is the answer, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, put me in the background while you catch up on your reading, if you would like, if you would need. I want to make sure that you get the stuff you need to get done. Why is the difficulty? Is it just boring? Is it dry? I have better grades in English than in French. Good on you, really. From what I understand, English is really difficult as a second language because there's such weird rules with it. Which is true. English is just a wild language. Did you forget about star power? Honestly, I did. I know it was broken for the longest time, so we had it turned off. But I did. I'm gonna be real. Easiest language ever? Really? What do I know? I only know one. I know a bit of Spanish. I wanted to learn German. No, I wanted to learn Italian in high school. And then I learned Latin. So I actually scratch all that. I know a bit of Latin. Because I was like, that's gonna help me in science. I know Latin. I know what words are gonna mean. All it did is just made me angry on professors pronouncing Latin words because they pronounced it wrong every time. Oh my gosh. Crazy, dude. But all the power to y'all. When it comes to like learning a new language, I barely like. Language is difficult enough as it is for the one. Manon Lescaut is an old book. I find it boring. I'm gonna listen to the audiobook in X2 while playing Minecraft tomorrow morning. Go for it. Yeah. Hey. Honestly, the audiobook is the way to go about it. It's still not fixed. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it's still in here. I don't think I don't delete things. Thus, the tab issue that you've all known and loved. So, where is Star Power? then what happens if we turn it on? Probably nothing good. I'm good at English, but absolute shit in Spanish. Yeah. For me, it was I wouldn't say it's necessarily difficult, it's just slow. You need to be so consistent with it. Alright, let's see here. Let's look at events. None of those. I was gonna say, like, it was probably before we even had a new thing for stuff. It was one of the first things that we added. English has such easy grammar. I thought Spanish has easier grammar than English, but I could be wrong. We have Vine Boom. Egg. What else do we got down here? Avatars. Coffee widget when I had a coffee. Blue screen. Oh, here it is. Star power, I think, was blue screen. I think it was this. This is what we ran into. Right? Let's turn it on this time and see what happens. Because why not, right? If it breaks, then we just turn it back off again. Simple. But we need to check our streamer bot to make sure that it even is gonna allow us to. You can eat 47 AA batteries, 6 seconds. Well, here's the thing. You can... you'd probably die. Let's see here. Star power. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just add it. Power-ups. Star power. That's not how you spell power, Adelis. You need to move your hand over. Star power. And it's just for today. 250. Don't say I do nothing for you. And let me just hook it up. You've created the max amount of rewards. We're already maxed out. I want to finish a drawing tonight, but damn, art block is an evil thing. Well, let me give you a little bit of advice when it comes to art block, at least for me. When I have art blocks problems, most of the time it has to do with I've been creating too much and I haven't consumed enough. For me, creation is a lot like breathing. You need to breathe in and then breathe out. You need to consume and then you need to make. Usually you have issues when you do too much over one versus the other. Art block happens when you haven't experienced life enough, you know? So, if anything, maybe listening to your book will help you with your art block. Art's kind of weird like that. At least it is for me. You got it. You got it, Star. Muchas gracias. Thank you for feeding your fellow your streamer. Okay, let's see here. Poke the dodo. Let's see here. Burn up! Burn! Burn, burn, burn. I forgot that we added that. Oh gosh. Oh, in that case, let's get rid of Poke the Dodo here. Mark all is complete. Now we're gonna do Star Power. Just for today. 250. No, we'll do 200. Alright, we added, we made it. Now let's, all we need to do, oh, I need to reset this. Don't do it yet. Don't you do it yet. It's not ready. It's not ready. It's indecent. It's not decent. Star power. All right. It should work now. Yep. Okay. There you are. There's star power. Now, what I will do to prevent spam is that there is a cooldown of 1 minute. And there it is. There's your star power. Yes, yes. Wait a minute. Why didn't it work a second time? Blue screen and then deep fried. Oh, star power is doing things that is messing with the costume. That's right, I'll switch to it. Man, I did this very poorly. Me looking at past coding. Oh man, whoever did this sucks. Because it makes it visible, then you made that visible, then Control F1, Control F2. Why is there Control F1, Control F2? Yeah, it was Clover Pit. Good call. You clocked that immediately. Very good, very fun game, by the way. Slime, Mama Dodo. Slime. Now, as far as what we're gonna do today, what are we gonna do today, Idealist? We're making a game. An indie horror game. About 911 operators and mimics and all that other fun stuff. But what we need to do is, if we look at our charts, our goal, let's see here. If we look here, hold on, here, there it is. Goal, finish phone interaction pipeline and start on coding for the first few steps. Last time that we did this, we got sidetracked because we were making something for stream? I honestly don't even remember what we were doing. You almost got the box open? Hell yeah, Star. Yeah, I've essentially beaten it. I've gotten all the things. So, I just don't really play it anymore. So until they add something new. It's until they add something new, it's either Marvel, Megabonk, or PoE 2 for me. Those are the current flavors of the week. Seriously though, what did we do last time? We did some kind of like stream interaction thing. Oh, right. Mama Dodo is looking a little extra glowy. We did the glow. We did how the screen impacts Mama Dodo's look. And that's why certain things are more fluorescent than others. That's what we did last week. And I was expecting that going to be like, oh, they'll take like 2 hours. It took all 4 hours for us to figure out. So finish the phone interaction pipeline and start on coding for the first few steps. That's what we need to do. And I have finished my snacks, and we're just gonna have a nice, chill, vibey, productive day. Productive, dependent on me, I guess. Alright. So that was, yeah, the 9th. So 9 December. We didn't play hooky. We did Twitch interaction instead of game dev. So now we have this, and boop. Finish the interaction pop plan and start coding on the first few steps. Sir, yes, sir. Ah. Let's see, where are you? Because I know there's phone calls, which is different than phone system. Here it is. All right, let's make sure that we got all the different steps, and then we can start coding it. Yeah. Mimic attacks a house, and for those that don't know, if we look, sound, music. These are all the little houses right here. All this little stuff. If you see this stuff in the background, that's because of the chill music. Can I like minimize this? Nope, I can pin it. I don't want to pin it. Anyway, I want to draw Marjorie, but I just can't draw her good for the love of God. Yeah, I feel it. I feel you. Hey, Dragon, welcome in. How you doing on this fine day? Seems people are... It's been a hot minute since it's been this slow in the beginning. Not that I'm complaining. It just must be a busy day for people. Oh, right. It is the holidays. I think a lot of people are visiting family and are taking off. But yes, welcome in. We're here to today actually might be a productive day. With it being slower, we might actually get some stuff done. Not that I would ever say that's communicating with y'all is not productive in any way. Yeah, hell yeah, Dragon. If you feel like sharing, feel free to post your results in art, complete or not. Yeah. I myself have been pulling references and inspirations for Idealist, as far as Idealist design, and getting that solidified, because my streamer friends are very... They are, I'm gonna say, patiently waiting, impatiently waiting for me to finish that. And I don't know. When it comes to creating, it's such a strange new experience doing it in almost like a community. It's hard to describe. When art has always been something that I did for myself and only myself for the longest time. It took a lot of push to put my art out there, you know what I mean? When I don't know what to draw, I just draw on paper, very referenced pieces, just to put pen on paper. That's pretty good because that's building a habit. Trying to deconstruct or draw from imagination is too draining for me at the moment. For me, I've always... My drawing took a huge step forward because I started using references more. I always drew from imagination, even when I was a kid. And I even put out there like my old drawings from like middle school on Discord a while back. I wish I could find, again, I wish I could find the ones in high school, though. Because, like, damn. There was so much horror. That was when I got into horror art, was in high school. You can blame Dead Space for that. That resonated in my soul in such a way. My teenage angst mixed with horror genre in like an artistic, like, I need to draw, and I just essentially drew constantly for like 3 years, and I just can't find it anywhere. Because I had them, not only did I have them saved, but I had them like scanned, so I would have them permanently, and I can't find it anywhere. I don't know if I put it on a flash drive or what, but I'll find them one day. They'll turn up. I know they will. But anyway, these are the houses. This is all the little locations, right? Let me know if the music is a little too loud, by the way. I doodle Spinos when I don't know what to draw. Seriously though, but your Spinos are so good. You draw a dinosaur. I envy your ability to draw dinosaurs. Very, very well done. Oh, by the way, I checked out that book you mentioned, Ludo. Do you already own it, or is it because it was pre-order when I was looking for it? I also drew dragons. I went from dinosaurs to dragons as I grew older. It was, hold on. What was it called? It was like the biology of the Spinosaurus, something or another. You own it? How did you own it? Did you get like a copy? Biology of the Spinosaurus. Spinosaur Tales? I think that's different from what you told me. No, you're right. So is it this one? All right, have a good one, Star. It's this one? Here. See, look. Pre-order. It's pre-ordered hardcover for January 27th. How did you get it? The only thing that I saw was that certain people got the book beforehand, before it was officially released. So was that one of you? Were you one of them? I don't know either. Because I looked at this, because look at this. Look at this sample with it, dude. Look at it. Oh no, hold on. Look. I know, I believe you. I believe you. And like, oh, by the way, Ludo, let me give you some insider information. Do you remember Melon? Melon from Sunday Stream? Her favorite dinosaur is a Spinosaurus. Just saying. Just saying. That's her favorite. So feel free to bond with her over that. No, she's great. She's great. I love her to death. So, I recommend pretty much anybody that I collab with as far as checking them out. Yeah. At Melon the Melon. I believe that's her. It's also on my list of recommended streamers. I think it's, if you scroll down, it might be somewhere in there. I believe I spelled this correctly. I could be wrong. Melon the Melon. Yeah, it's I did do that right. But yeah. Dinosuchus? Yeah. Dinosuchus is so rad though. Speaking of rad, Reddit! Welcome. I have another very great book about dinos. Ooh, what's it called? I installed a treadmill by myself today. Congratulations! That must have been difficult. Yeah. And good on you for making a treadmill, by the way. Keep your body moving. I considered doing a treadmill in here, like as like an under the desk treadmill. So I'm constantly walking because sitting is bad for you, but so is standing for long periods of time. So my brain was just like, just like, what should I do? I don't know what I should do. Let's see. Dinosaurs in prehistoric life. A definitive visual guide. Interesting. Oh, I would have gone crazy over this. Holy crap. I'm writing this down. Now, do you, the one book, hold on. New Year's resolution? I don't do New Year's resolutions. I'm gonna be real. What are some dinosaur documentaries? Wasn't there a recent one that came out that was like, it was like the life of, it's like the life of dinosaurs, but yeah, the streak, let's go. Or they're just unpacking stuff and screwing in footpads. No, it's still good. What do you think building anything is, Ratty? That's what building is. But the books that inspired me was like Dinotopia, which, by the way, is like idealist lore background kind of deal. That's the direction I'm going. I'm going Dinotopia. Do y'all know? Have you ever seen or know of what that is? Because I might be aging myself. Doing squats again also. Let's go! Bro, we can both do squats together during ad breaks. I try to do a round of exercise during ad breaks. Now I finally have someone to do it. Also in chat. That artist on Insta, very, very good artist, right? Hold on, let me show y'all. For those who have never read it. Dinotopia. No, not shopping. Images. Yeah, let me boop. Look at it. Look at that. It's essentially a city where there's a collaborative like relationships between dinosaurs and humans at the same time. That's Dinotopia. Very beautiful, very pretty. I would have to be careful with it. I'm going in the direction a little more modern. It's not going to be as Paleolithic as far as or maybe tribal is a better way of putting it. It looks like it's a fantasy school test book, like a very realistic but well done. It is so good. It is so good. There's also like a beast dictionary for Star Wars that I was super animal book for Star Wars. Where is, yeah, here it is. The Wildlife of Star Wars. Wildlife of Star Wars. Where they go into detail of like different Star Wars, like different animals and stuff like that, and different planets and the way they lived, and like it was very, very well done. I loved these kinds of books. I'll switch us back. That's a temporary one that I'm turning on today. back, way back. Star just left, unfortunately. But that was one of the first things I've ever made for stream was Star Power by Star. And what they requested was when they use Star Power, like one of like 5 different things could happen on stream. And the first one was a blue screen of death, or a make-believe screen, blue screen of death. But after a while, it just broke. So I turned it off so I could work on it, and then I just forgot that it existed. So Star mentioned it earlier in stream, being like, hey, what happened to Star Power? Is that still broken? And I'm like, you know what? Let's just turn it on and see what happens. Hey, Geese, how you doing? We were just getting a little sidetracked as far as talking about Dinotopia and Wildlife of Dinosaurs and other kinds of like books that led to kind of a inspiration as far as like world building and animal creation and stuff, and also trying to make a game. Did that close a tab? No. I think it created a new tab. Remember how I said doing certain redeems causes like the button combinations make things happen in certain programs? Damn, dinosaurs are cool. Right? Doing game jam on Thursday? Hell yeah, Geese! Hell yeah! What's the game jam? Do you know what it's gonna be about yet? Or are you gonna like, or at the very least, how long is it? Is it like a day, a week, a month, a couple hours? Also, my eyes are failing me ever since I started wearing my glasses. They have grown lazy. Yeah, it will take a while. 2 days. Ooh, are you doing it yourself or a group? I like horseshoe grabs too. Probably not the exact it, but you get it. Yeah. Horseshoe grabs are really cool. I get you. I like most animals. And not even animals. I know I like most life. And as somebody who went into biotechnology because he thought learning about or doing research about certain animals and then creating technology based off of that was so cool. And yet here I am. Oh man. But I hate slugs. I think slugs are fine. Why don't you like slugs? Is it just texture? No theme, no restrictions, any game engines or libraries. Concept art will be provided in case of no inspiration. Groups of 5, and I got dragged into a group because I mentioned I liked rhythm games. Okay. Really? Then what about snails, Ludo? Well, it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun, Geese. I hope you have a good time and make good connections, make good friends. It's such a good opportunity to just meet cool people. You know what I mean? Really? But you don't like slugs? Interesting. That's your favorite genre? Is it really? That's awesome. Friday Night Funkin'. At least that's the one that I'm fully aware of. Besides just like Guitar Hero, I guess. I guess. Yeah, right. Just putting the shell back on and removing it and putting it back on, and then Ludo's like, ah, 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 ah. I'm sorry, Ludo. I promise I'm not making fun of you. Yep, we would go for what the funkiest the Funkin' mods and decide to just do pure Lua instead of the mod pack. And a member already started on the charting on Lotus doing graphic art in advance. Hell yeah. Well, have a blast. Have some fun. Make a, just try something a little bit, like push yourself a little bit. Learn some more skills. albeit a little. Find that sweet spot of difficulty, you know what I mean? Don't do what I do, which is do everything just new. If you know Lua and also like rhythm games, I suggest you join the modding community. May have gone over my head. Everyone is so much better than me. Don't worry, geese. That's imposter syndrome. Everyone has it. Every single person has it. I chose some vids on that to get inspo for the effects. Well, I do not have a horse in this race, but it sounds like you're going to have a great time. And let me know how it turns out. Please, please, please. Not everyone has imposter syndrome and a security complex, though. Yeah, that's not a great combination. That's not the best combination to have. Yeah, no, by all means, y'all should do. I highly recommend Game Jam. I'm bipolar as fuck. Real. But yeah, I highly recommend Game Jams, even if it's just for funsies. It's just one of those things that is just like, hey, do you want to make something cool together? You know? Alright. My community is being friends with each other. Brings a tear to my eye. Alright, so, right. We are going to go down the list to make sure that everything is good here, and then we're going to start coding. I really want to just start coding today. This one is also a mandatory school-hosted one. That's one of the benefits of a school, because it forces you to be outside of your comfort zone, even if you don't want to make that leap. And then when it's time for you to like do it on your own, you've already did it once. You already had the experience of doing it once, so you cross that barrier. All right. So, Mimic attacks a house. An event is triggered based on location. A call is either triggered or not. If so, continued on. Player receives a call. So a call being triggered or not is the depending on which kind of it's not really like a sub story or narrative, but it's kind of like if the event would create, if they actually manage to make a phone call, is the mindset of it. Does the situation make it so that they call or not? My entire schooling experience up to this point has been, not everyone should take example on me. I am the reincarnation of Terry Davis. No idea what I'm doing. Why am I even here? So true. So true. Well, hopefully what will end up happening is that they'll kind of cancel each other out, and then you'll just be confident yet cautious. You're aware you don't know everything, but pretending you do is kind of half the battle. I can help with audio, music, voice acting, design if need be. My coding sucks though. Well, it sounds to me you need to work on it. Or especially when you're in a group in particular, a group of specialists that fill in everyone else's weaknesses is such a powerful thing. Sorry for trying to code after taking 4 hours to add a simple while loop, right? Let's see. Call is either triggered or not. Player receives a call. Caller ID is shown along with picture of the owner of the phone, so we'll be able to see who it is that's calling. Like, there at least should be some visual components, because if we're limiting as far as their experience in a visual medium, on the visual side of things versus audio side of things, then we need to not hold back on everything else, right? Hey, Shadow, how are you doing? Welcome in. Learning is for losers, though. True, Chad's write code, don't debug, and trust that it runs. That just sounds like vibe coding. Gross. How have you been? How was your weekend? How was your week going so far? This is literally my transition between uni and college. I think that was my transition from high school to college. Literally, I was just like, man, I'm not being challenged whatsoever to be like, please stop. I literally finished my first PHP assignment with, if we assume it works, it's finished. I think I got 11 out of 20. Oh, man. Caller ID, answer the phone. Player listens to call if mimic text alters to pay based on difficulty. Call text will display on phone. Player makes decision on what to send, if any. I still have Spanish to do. Then knock it out sooner rather than later. Yeah. That was 50% of the grade too. Ooh. That's rough, geez. You write code, hope it works, didn't get too frustrated when it doesn't. I would never do that for assignments, but for personal projects. Oh, man. Player leaves phone interaction to interact with the number pad. Player interacts with number pad to select emergency personnel. Player sends appropriate emergency personnel. Character says they're sending specific personnel. And location will be there soon. Resources are removed from availability. Map is updated and traveling. Person on the other end of the call will react to said information. Player hears the background of the call until the emergency personnel arrive. Radio plays interaction with the chosen people en route. Resources are for location. Continues, blah, blah, blah. I think we got it. If we need to add more, we'll add more. Well, you should also not use a generative AI for your art and stuff like that too. That's a big no-no. Personal project also always the best if I study for a test and nobody else did. About their future, no respect for their education if it's the opposite. Yeah. Got straight 20s for the other 50%. Yeah, I mean, that equals out. That evens out to what? 15 out of 20-ish? As long as you don't use it, yeah, it's a last resort. See, the wall doesn't have a head-shaped hole through it yet, so clearly I need to try harder. Yeah, last resort was used multiple times in the effort to push something into do all weekend. Put it in nutshell, like it's so fresh you'd be tempted to drop out and pursue music. Yeah, I could definitely see the temptation there. I could definitely see the temptation. And a few decimals. I need 12 to pass the entire year. That's so tough. Oh. I mean, have you been part of the game dev streams? That's most of my experience. That's most streams here. Y'all weren't here in the beginning of it, where I spent 3 weeks trying to make a menu. And it took 3 weeks for me to find like a checkbox that was checked somewhere that made it so that my inputs weren't being registered. It was a whole thing. I'm just like, oh, I'm so dumb. Why did that take 3 weeks to fix? Oh my gosh. Hell yeah, Ludo. I need energy drinks in my veins to function. Probably should work on that. That's probably not very healthy for you. Alright. Let us do our first ad break. Everyone, get some water, do some exercise if you dare, and go to the bathroom if need be. We'll be back in 3 minutes to work on some game dev. Doing some GUI stuff, and that it taught me is that front-end specialists are masochists who need immediate help. Try to substitute it with green tea, but it's not strong at all. Well, yeah, it's an energy drink. You're comparing it to energy drinks. Like, what do you mean? I'm gonna try to do some exercise. Actually, let's put our stuff away. I still have like leftover snacks and like garbage, like here. Hear it? Let's do that first. Alright, I'm back. Maybe the ads are the friends that we made along the way. Bro, let me scroll up. Copy me shit down due to lack of cups. Try to substitute with green tea, not strong at all. The lion attacks his heart before it has a chance to attack him. So with an inedible heart attack. I was talking about juice in C++ though, I guess not really front, but the same issues, but still working on GUI elements. Also cool coding left and right, I'm jealous. Have you seen your art? You have nothing to be jealous of. Plus, you could do me and just do a straight up, just do it even though you don't know anything about it. Welcome back, welcome back. I need a healthier way to find procrastination than just coffee. Should I stop wearing my glasses and force my eyes to adapt once again? No. No. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing when it comes to glasses. Your eyes are going to continue to adjust for a while. My eyes didn't... I want to say it took like a decade. Like, my vision kept getting worse after getting, like, my glasses for a good decade, and then it flattened out. So, that's just your eyes just getting worse. But it will eventually stop. Look, we all have a specialist. Also, my coding is deceiving. Alright. So what we'll do is that we will now start trying to code this stuff. And give it our best shot. What was this other one that popped up? Okay, nothing important. Good. Okay, I don't know if I have the patience. What do you mean? Just continue wearing your glasses, and then every, like, few years, you'll need an update on your prescription, and then you just... and then you're fine again. But you'll just need to keep adjusting your prescription as time moves on. I think I recently just noticed, but 80% of my code might be just me banging my head against a wall until a friend comes with a bulldozer and takes it down without a problem. Well, time to get good. Just kidding, just kidding. Have you tried replacing the giant on the blocks with the fancy switch case elements? It's the same thing, but it looks fancier. Sure, yeah, I know, I understand that. All right. Let's see. Have we made a phone system yet? That's the big question. Let us look. Player resources, zoom, detection. We ended up giving up on the difficulty thing, I think. Dumb text resize is probably my favorite script name here that we got going on. Coding is 10% making stuff to fix a problem, 90% asking someone else's code to fix it for you. Efficiency. It's a shared experience. I haven't explored switch cases, and our uni already pivoted like 3 coding languages, so I'll have to do it on my own time. Ooh. Switch case. Switch variable case 1, code break, case 2, code break, case 3, code break, default code if no case matches. Doesn't that mean like it'll just go to no code? Guys, can I talk? I coded a platformer on Scratch once. Ooh! That's pretty good. And you said you had no experience. Really don't want it to be that way. Stack Overflow, my beloved. I mean, that's like what I do is that I look up a functioning version of what it is that I want to make, and then I try to break it apart to figure out what makes it work. I had a job where I had to learn from scratch. I'm not joking. Yup. So let's make a new one. Let's make a new script. New script. This new script is going to be phone call. Where is it? Am I dumb? Did I hit cancel instead of make it? I did. No, I hit create. Where are you? Phone call. Here it is. Perfect. Switch cases are cool, but ifs are as efficient as I tend not to. Also, personally, I think if else is easier to read, but that's just me. I do have experience with if else. that is like, oh, I got it. I know that one. Because I was intrigued with the cool robots toy. Coding Legos. Interesting. Well, that's pretty cool. But to code in Arnold C. Fuck readability. The middle school too. That's pretty good. Gonna get a cup of tea, then use my new treadmill. Hell yeah, Ratty. Hell yeah. Make the potion recipe I put in the recipe chat of cooking. Yeah, go for it. You definitely should. It looked good. I'm glad you know that what Arnold C is. I tortured my poor level programming prof with Arnold C. I have a small doodle jump game I made in Scratch. Y'all are so talented. Like, damn. All I did was make everything you see here. So yeah, I barely made anything. Okay. So, what we want is to make when almost like we want to change a state. How would this make sense? I coded pizza making game 2 once. Been more fun drawing than coding. That checks out. Job because what the fuck not, but I would absolutely code and obscure. Alright. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Because the way that we want it is we want the map sound. Music. Because right now, when we hit space, it spreads to a new house, right? But we have to make it so it's like spreads. It has to identify what that thing is. it has to identify what that is for us to determine what to move forward with, right? Because if it's the first one, that's probably just going to be on its own, and then we hit space and then it'll just choose one. So it needs to be like whatever option is here, it's able to pull that. Honestly, I'm surprised too. Remember that weird word it was flagging like a few streams back? I don't even remember what it was. It was something 9. So there's 2 things that I think we need to do. Let's see. Oh, I wrote the dinosaur book on this one, so we'll just go ahead and minimize that. So this is what I'm thinking. These are the rates. I'm thinking what we need is to code a way to determine what house just got attacked. Have phone show what house was attacked, and then I'm gonna try to get some focus time on the project. Have a good stream. Thank you, Shadows. Thank you for stopping by as always. Good luck on your project. Let me know how it goes. Oh, we also have a lurk emote now. It also works just like the command does. So feel free to use that if you want as well. Game, I turned away for a second. No, I'm not coding in Notepad. My Notepad I use for notes. Either 90% of what I like to use is Notepad and Excel. And then, you know, all the other important stuff. Hoping AI dies down in usage. Else good luck to you, pal. Right? So I have no dilemma. It's either art or cardboard box. No bubble where AI doesn't exist. Good. Good. Say, what a chat for Notepad only. Bro, I wish I was that good. Okay, have fun when that... Okay. Have fun show. Have phone show. Did I spell phone F-U-N? That's crazy. That's honestly crazy. That's a first for me. I must have been reading fun off of like chat or something, and my brain just like short-circuited or something like that. Go to way to determine what house just got attacked. Have the phone show which house it was. Show which house it was. I had a 14-year-old cousin show me AI art and said she was an artist. Yeah. Oh, did you see what was the most recent commercial that was made entirely with AI? I forget what it was. And there I saw that people were saying that the ones who made the whole commercial with AI spent many late nights with prompts, and that AI didn't make this commercial, they did. Oh gosh, I can't help but laugh, dude. I know fancy IDEs, not AI helping, no autocomplete for his code, no Figma design, just Notepad, a coffee, an idea. What a psychopath. Honestly, I am doing this in hard mode, but there is a particular reason why I'm doing it this way. I'm doing this with the intent of becoming better coder and gaining skills on the way. So the less that I lean on tools that just do it for me, the better I will come out the other end a much, like, just had better skills. You know what I mean? It's just, that's kind of the point. My best friend's a psychopath. My 14-year-old cousin that I love showed me his AI wallpaper and I got angry with it for the first time. Yeah. Like, one is using a language that is better at making than the creator. I learned I could also autofill all my getters and setters on IntelliJ, and I cannot go back. Arson had to debug the Love Potion 3DS coding language on their Discord on multiple occasions. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where I'm not good enough with coding to use AI the way I should be using AI. AI should be a shortcut to save time, but if you're not good enough to recognize the mistakes, it doesn't save you time because you don't know what the problem is. So then you're debugging a code that was not written by you. So I think it's better to, especially in the beginning. In the beginning, I should not be using it. Now, if we've reached a point where it's like I know exactly what I need to type, but instead of typing for 20 minutes, I just have it auto-generate and then I fix like 3 things, then sure. Whatever. I suck at setters and getters. But also, I might just be old. You know what I mean? This might just fall into the category of Grandpa, just use AI, you're being stubborn. Generative AI, I will not use. That's just no. But it's hard for me to make an educated decision when all the as of right now, I'm just not going to use it. There's too much stuff in the air. There's too much unethical stuff happening. It's just not. I'd rather just learn. Because I'm surprised. I'm still surprised when we beginner. Over and over, I do not want to spend time on it. Fuck those things. I'm moving on to a router for the controllers. Like, it makes me dumber when I code. Yeah. I mean, there's been some studies as far as the utilization of AI and the impacts of your brain. Because it's so new. Right? We don't know the long-term effects of having a thing that does the things for you and what that does to your brain. If you don't have to make like those decisions and have to think that way, then what is it that you allocate towards? I'm too old too then. I won't use generative AI either. Well, generative AI I think is more of an ethical thing. AI at all, I think might be more of just like this fancy new tool, I don't want to use it. But do I think AI is the future? I think people are blowing it up. But I do think it will be something that we will be utilizing in the future considerably, but not to the extent and in the way that we can think of now. I think it's going to be some very innovative, smart people are going to come up with a very interesting and effective way to use it that is currently not being utilized, that we will all fall in love with, and that's the way we're going to use it. But it's not the way that it's happening now, I'll tell you that much. Also, the fact that it prevented me from upgrading my PC due to the SSD and RAM price inflation. Yeah, I was going to say, I do need to upgrade my RAM, and now I'm not going to be able to do that. Let me get big right now. Ripped out all my RAM from my friends' PCs. That's crazy. Not using AI is the cause of my God complex. Well, also, it's like... It's just kind of one of those things where it's going to take effort. Getting better at something takes time and it takes effort. And when you have people where they're not willing to do that, is kind of like, well, then you're not going to get the thing. You can't get better at something and then not put in the thing required in order to get better at something. You know? Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm allowing that just because it's funny that it flagged it. Really wanted to take a different direction. It will. I can almost guarantee it will. Not using AI is the cause of my complaints. You can't see it, but I am doing a money spread with RAM sticks. I don't want to brag. Put that on your dating profile. I don't want to brag, but also that the Disney bought OpenAI makes me want to bang my head into a wall. Listen, Disney has lost its way for a while. They just have. Let me guess. No. It flagged wanna bang. So, sexual in nature. That's why it was flagged. It flagged wanna bang. I'm like, so a good example of how AI isn't doing a very good job. Context clues shows that's not what you were talking about. Jody, I got a few 1 terabyte breamsticks stack at my place. Right? Ugh. Fun. Alright. So, have a phone to show which house it was. Just immediately going back into Cave Dev. Determine the house got attacked. Have a phone show which house it was. Have a set of possible outcomes. Excuse me. To take from. Once outcome is taken, removed from pool. And then let's see. I'm gonna alert because I'm too entertaining and distracting. Not at all. Not at all. And remember, we have the emote. You don't have to use it, but I'm just reminding people that it exists. I was gonna do my own stuff, having too much fun. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. No, know this, guys. Y'all are more than welcome to distract me and to talk to me while we get stuff done. If I didn't want to be distracted while working, I wouldn't be streaming it. I'm gonna be real with you. I probably would have made a good amount more progress not streaming this stuff. But guess what? I also wouldn't have as many good ideas and immediate feedback from y'all as I would otherwise. Like, it's a give and take. Have you made the Garden of Banban remote for the desk? No, not yet. Yeah, no, that's we'll be sure to add one of the computers to have 50 million sides, just to make sure that we can't have those people with poor computers be able to play this game. Am I right? Actually, as a reminder, we were considering having this be a like an iPad game too, like a touchscreen, because there's no reason why a touchscreen wouldn't be able to utilize this. Let's not make a heart bound. Oh no. A good stream-based development game. Only the rich get to play this game. Exactly. It's like, just update your computer, forehead. Oh, we're also, even though it's a completely single-player game, we're gonna make it so that if you don't have access to the internet, you can't play it. Yeah. Oh, also, there's going to be, before you can even make it $9.99 for that day only. No, I think if I was going to do an April Fool's joke, I think I would make it so that instead of like the game starting, the main thing for you to click is an in-game store that has very expensive cosmetics for the game that changes the appearance of the phone, like a slightly different color. Can also make sure the game only runs on Mac. Oh no, actually it only runs on Linux. My computer's got you 5 I play Minesweeper. Well, listen. We ain't no Minesweeper, but we try here. I was gonna say, this game probably won't be very demanding. It's probably not gonna be that big, Because most of the files are going to be audio files. They're not going to be visual in nature. We just need to find the best way to go about it. You hit a mine, you explode in real life, right? Yeah, exactly. Linux only. It's Linux only. Multiplayer required. It's only available in one country, and that country is Greenland. There is no exchange rate for any other valuable, like any other monetary move. A risk I'm willing to make to beat my high score. Minesweeper, but if you die in the game, you die for real. Oh my gosh, have y'all ever seen the horror movie Game Over? I must have seen that movie like 4 times. It's a gas, dude. It's so funny. You die in the game, you die for real. Oh my gosh. I feel like I owned it at one point. Because I definitely watched it a lot, and that was before I have the totally legal sites that I go to watch it. To watch movies. Oh man. Alright. Outcome is taken. Removed from the pool. Extreme difficulty mode makes the game access terminal and executes pseudo. Yeah, I know what that means. Opened up the IMDb review page, and most actors look like the waiting nice guys. This was before the nice guy movement, so maybe. I just remember there's like this graveyard scene, and one of them gets killed by a carriage, horse-drawn carriage or something. Something like that. It was like a vampire lady. It was like a vampire video game movie. It was wild. It's one of those movies that, like, don't go in thinking it's a great movie. Go in that you're just gonna have a good time, and you're gonna have a good time. All right. Once the outcome is taken, remove from pool. One thing is funny, Dono Man. That command literally erases your PC from existence. Oh. I'm trying to. No, I don't understand it. Like, I'm trying to, like, pick apart it. Yeah. I'll believe you. How about you can play solitary on the computer instead of sending help? We have explored the idea of adding mini games to the computer. I wanted to add, like, the OG pinball game from the computer. Like, from Windows, like, I don't know, 97? How old is that pinball game? Solitaire is pretty funny too. I also consider Doom. Well, basically, like, you just have these, like, little games on the computer where you could just spend your time waiting. Oh gosh. And one of the things that was actually like brought up as an idea is that you have to exit out of pop-ups in order for you to interact with the computer, and I'm just like, no. I think I just flat out said no. I was like, I'm not doing that. This isn't a rage bait game, it's a horror game. I'm not gonna do that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, RM is remove file. RF is 2 things. R is recursive, so it deletes everything inside a directory. And F for force and no preserve root means nothing from the base file will be saved. And sudo is a super user, so run on system admin. Got you. Minesweeper, and I'm saving no one. Oh, this game, we just turned this game into a Minesweeper alternative game where if you hit a mine, it's a mimic house that gets infected. It's like, oops. Hee, they're dead. Oopsies. Why don't I come and remove from the pool? What was it? Remove from the pool. So it's done that. Then, have the buttons interactable for sending emergency personnel. The first message of the game is, I planted mines all over your home. If you die, I blow one up, right? If you need a lifeline at some point, I can get arson. Yeah, no worries. No point, no worry. We are in the beginning stages of this. No need to pull the fire alarm. Get it? Arson, fire alarm. I thought that was pretty funny. Interactable to city emergency personnel. Have the image of that personnel move on screen. Once reached. Alert when reached. I'm trying to think of like a very overheaded, like a very simple, nothing needs to be added beyond just the bare minimum of how to make this work. Now let us watch a Dodo Man carry his boulders. Just how Sisyphus has. Yeah, I changed my name to Sisyphus. But it's spelled with a 1. Push everything into the master branch. Your friends or colleagues will love you for it. What? Push everything into the master branch. Is a master branch just like an overhead of everything that is coded? What is force push and what is a master branch? For me, it was always you want consistent naming conventions so people know what the hell you're talking about. Alert when personnel reach location. Oh, so it's like whenever I make changes, when I put something on GitHub, whenever I make changes, it auto updates to GitHub. Is that what you're saying? Isn't there drama with GitHub recently? I remember reading something about that, where they sold the company and then they started really pushing for AI, and then like a lot of issues started popping up. So people were looking at like alternative sites and stuff. I don't know nearly enough about this space to actually know what the hell I'm talking about. Well, if not, don't worry about it. I have no idea. Code a way to determine that the house just got attacked. Have phone show which house it was. Have a set of possible outcomes to take from. Once outcome is taken, remove from pool. Show outcome on phone. Version control is basically a way to keep track of every part of the coding process, essential when working with others with the game code. Push means you send the recently created code to elective code you made. Gotcha. So it is that. Okay. It's what I understood it with. Version control is, yeah, that's just... It's similar to... Because I have experience in the scientific field. I've experience with doing different versions of, like, official documentation that need to be created in different, like, versions and things like that. So it's a lot more manual than I think with the way you're describing it. Also gives you a backup if you mess something up and you have to go back to previous code. Oh, Foxy, you're growing. Welcome in. How you doing? Show outcome on phone. Once outcome is taken, remove from pool. Have the buttons interactable for sending for emergency personnel. Have the image of that personnel move on screen. Alert when personnel reach a location. Oh, we'll need to do... Actually, you know what? We should probably just do this. Hold on. Let's see here. What will the player do when the calls aren't coming in? So that's the thing we were also describing before as far as the little mini games. Also, is that a FNAF map? No. But it does take, because you're sitting down at a computer and you can't move, it looks like FNAF. All I needed to hear. Gonna warm up on Ultimate Custom Night before speedrunning this game. Do it! Do it, do it, do it, do it! What if players search online to help gather information on what's happening? Listen to previous decision recordings so that they might have missed while interacting with other machines. Dodopera. I remember that one. That was pretty funny. 50-20 mode. Yeah, I was gonna say, what? Actually, y'all, I will be right back. I need to take care of something real quick. But chill, relax, have a good time, talk with each other. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to run to the restroom. All right, let's see here. Let's see what I missed. Probably I can't really sing the ones I use so far. Finishing gypsy style. Also, is there gonna be something under the map, or does the map just need to be resized? I don't know yet. To be honest, Geese, I don't know if I'm gonna if it needs to be resized, or just remade, or if we're gonna have something underneath it. I'm thinking maybe you could actually have like the options here of who to choose. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. Inconsistent salty streaming schedule. Looks like the big chungus with partially the blame for the collabs. Is there anything else drawing right now? Oh, is anyone else drawing right now? Drawing a database structure. Does that count? Kinda. Should start on coding, exam studies, or Spanish coursework. Whatever is due first is what I would do first. I'm not drawing because the paper is expensive. When they're in doubt, there is no doubt to go draw, right? I'm instead watching the funny Dodo Man because I am overwhelmed. Hey, let's go. Curious, is the Spanish just speaking level or learning it to talk about technical Spanish? Because we have courses like that. If you're still in school, draw back your old tests. That's what I do. I drew in front of my test. What do you mean? Where we worked on engineering, but English instead. Would have been interesting, but nah, got it. How's it then? Because I sucked at Spanish. So did I. I got a D-. I barely passed that. Might as well take the uniform. Money worthy. Put that shit away. Michael Jackson, French mentioned. In French, but idealist, do you want to take Dragon's place on Gypsy style? I'll think about it. It's fun, all things considered. The teacher teaches in a really interesting way. It's almost like you're just having a Spanish-English hybrid conversation. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. Yep. He's probably the worst in terms of busyness. I'm so fed up with Spanish. I started writing in Filipino. I did not care about grades anymore. That's wild. That's funny. Honestly, that's funny. All right. Caught up. Boop. Oh, right. What we're going to do... is that over here, we're going to have a slightly different version of this one. Code a way to determine what house just got attacked. Have phone show which house it was. Have a set of possible outcomes to take it from. Show outcome on phone. Once outcome is taken, remove from the pool. Have the buttons interactable from sending. I'm essentially doing the same thing twice. So let's just go bit by bit. Code a way to determine what house just got attacked. Let's do it right now. How do we determine which house this is? So when we click it, click computer difficulty 1 minute, spread close 0.0402. So if we look at our spread resistance, mimic difficulty, imposter spread. Here we go. Everything is taked out. So that's not it. Where is it? That's the mimic difficulty. Target, get collider. Here we go. Get collider shape, print shape ID. That's what it was. That's what it was. So the idea here is that this is the shape ID. So what we could do, if they have the location, if we have the location, we have the shape, right? Yeah, the shape, this shape number here is equal to it. So if that's the case, then essentially, what's the giant red circle? The giant red circle is the where it's able to choose from. So essentially what we currently have in place is whenever I press spacebar, it chooses a random thing in that circle to move to, right? And the circle gets smaller or bigger if it gets bigger if it can't find something. So it goes here, and then it goes here, and then it will go to go up here to the church. It gets bigger, and then it goes to shopping center, and then it just hops around like so, right? So what I want is how do I know what it chose? Right? How can I make it so that I know what it decided to choose? So if I go down, where is our? That's main menu. Where is it? There it is. No, that's main game. Where are you? There it is. Do you have a shape ID on here? Should I be worried that there are marks of the red circle staying behind on the image? No, that's there because there's nothing here. Essentially, this is a nothing, right? This is a 3D model. This is a screen, but the screen doesn't cover down here. So we would put either something else here to cover it, like another kind of UI or information, etc., or we'll just make this bigger. Haven't decided which. Also, when we come out, I want this to have a screensaver so you can't see what's happening on the map. Basically, if you're not fully interacting with it, you're not you don't get the full amount of information. That's what I'm pulling from FNAF, which is you either have information or control. You can't have both. Can you put Solitaire or Minesweeper on the bottom? No, but I do want like maybe the ability to like switch to different programs, and then maybe like down here could be like a taskbar, so you could be like map, internet, Minesweeper, like that kind of stuff. The real bored office worker experience. Oh my gosh. Is Minesweeper protected by IP? It should be, right? What was I doing? It was not a pause spread. It was. Oh, right. It was you. I was looking at the church body. I think it was the shape ID, though, that I was looking for. So is that somewhere on here? You don't know how to play Minesweeper? Interesting. Couldn't you code the entirety of Minesweeper in the game, and you should call it Dodo Sweeper? That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Dodo jump scares you every time a mine blows up. We do the Dodo jump scare every time. Let's see here. No, present interpolation, process, material, texture, ordering, visibility. I just want to see if there's an easy way for me to do it, or if I just have to write it down every time. Which I could do that. Let's see here. Nope. Get one of those neon signs with that on it. Live, laugh, love, Minesweeper. Live, laugh, Minesweeper. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like there's a way for us to interpret it here at the very least. Because we have the static body, right? The static body and the collision is technically the thing that it's able to interact with. But The way that it also works, by the way, is as soon as something is selected, it makes it so that we turn off the collision so it can't be selected again. Right? We also need a way of doing it where if they get it right, then it moves on to the next one, but it doesn't turn on the collision. It's essentially the same thing, but it doesn't turn it off. It moves on to the next thing. It's the same deal. It's the same process, but it just doesn't turn it off. Make pop-up ads randomly. What's with y'all and pop-up ads? Why do you want ads so much in this game? Why? Tell me. Why do you like ads in your games? What do you mean? Though we can make them up. It would be funny. It would be funny. But there's not going to be ads. Why do you want it? As a man who put ads in his portfolio, I'm going to fight for ads. Okay. Defend ads for me. And in what way? Alright, let's see here. You do that, so... Funny moments. Funny moments. How so? So we spread close, and then we have this. The real boredom experience on the computer is just making blue squares on your home. Maybe, yeah. I thought you said you were kicking writer's or artist block's ass. Can't keep the promise I kept yesterday. Why? What promise was that? You said you'd be here, and you're here. Also, yesterday. Do you mean Sunday? Or is there a second promise that I didn't know about? Someone fighting for his life trying to contact you on a call, and a random ad interrupts and jump scares you? Okay. Okay. I can see it. Can't keep the promise I made yesterday. My eyes are too itchy and my VPN won't turn off. Got you. You said you were... Okay. Well, you're here. I consider your promise fulfilled. You may go if you need. But it was wonderful having you, as always. Seriously, though. What did I... Imposter spread? Imposter spread? Nope. In-game 3D? Which one was it? Detection 3. Dictionary. Dumb text resize. So funny to me. Difficulty, phone call, player, resources, spread choice, spread resistance. I think we went away from that. Oh my gosh. Where was it? That wasn't it. No, 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 no. Spread choice? No. Bro, what? I'm going through all of them. Did I actually delete it? What? Where? Wait. I have two hands when drawing with my right one and typing with my left. Exactly. The ADHD experience. Zoom object. This is the zoom object one. Okay, action button, audio, audio manager, building base, camera switch, detection 1. Oh, so was it detection 1 the whole time? It was detection 1 the whole time. Great. Good job, Idealist. You must have clicked it like 80 times. Anyway. So we get shape ID collider shape. So how are we going to do this? We need to make it so that it gets... Why is print attacker in a comment? The comments are more than likely just my attempts of trying to make this work, but instead of deleting it, thinking I just put it as a comment so I can uncomment and make it real later if what I tried didn't turn out. What you're seeing is my work, my past work that I just haven't deleted. I'm a bit of a pack rat when it comes to my code. Pretty much anything that's commented is just old code that didn't work. And the code that's stuck are the code that works. How about adding a talking printer in the game? A mean one? This feels like the talking toaster animated movie all over again. You choose on new documents. It would be pretty funny to just make a very, very sassy printer. There's a talking toaster movie? Oh god, am I that old? You don't know the talking toaster? Hold on, what's it called? Let me look it up. Talking toaster animated movie. The Brave Little Toaster. Y'all haven't seen Brave Little Toaster? Here. This. Brave Little Toaster. There's a talking grumpy vacuum. A lamp. A toaster. It's like, yeah, it's old. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but I'm saying it's fine. Okay. I think what I want, or off-brand Snow White, but instead of talking animals, it's a adventure movie. It's a movie where the toaster goes on an adventure. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time, gang. If I remember correctly, the Brave Little Toaster, I think things that their owner is gonna leave them, like they were moving, I think. Or am I mixing this with Toy Story now? Anyways, I know that they leave the house to go on an adventure and go across like lands unknown. I forget the motivation why, but I know they leave. And there's a grumpy vacuum. An old grumpy vacuum. Yeah. Okay, I think it needs to start here, because this is the thing that's making it work, right? Now we're getting to the bottom of this. Dodo Man, start up the movie. Start up the movie night. Well, I talked about it a handful of times now that we should have a movie night. That we'll just do like movie nights and we just watch movies. So that is something on our list. Gosh, I need to move this mic. All right. Make the choices: Treasure Planet or Brave Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet 100%. Or Titan AE. Either or of those. Like, not even, no hesitation. Brave Little Toaster, good movie. It's a solid movie. It's a fine movie. It's not Treasure Planet. And it's not Titan AE. Side note, played in a Pokemon Draft League, won my set. Hell yeah, Dragon. Congrats. Okay. Good news and bad news. What's the good news? What's the bad news? Start with bad news. End with good news. FYI, a little social psychology. Usually the end of an experience is what people remember the most. So you kind of want to always end on a good note. While Foxy gives us the bad news and the good news, let's do a quick ad break. Alright, let's see here. Because if we have the shape ID here, how do we send it out? Is it more of it like a... Do we need an export? Export mimic. Export... Mimic difficulty. Bad news, bleeding out of my nose. Good news, I got a new wireless Bluetooth headphone mouse that's really big mouse pad. Also got a new headset. Ooh. Hell yeah. Where is detection 1? No, detection 1 was here, wasn't it? Yeah, that's export. That's export. Export isn't what I think it is. Because when I think of export, I think, I want a thing and make it so that it's out. I want to take this shape ID and make it available for other things to call on it. I think I need to rethink how I think things. I don't think I could say that twice. So a part of me wants to be like, oh, okay, so this is a separate situation. This is a phone call kind of deal, and this is the thing that's like detecting, right? But that's not the case. The phone call, like what I need to do is, this is just the mimic script, right? Huh. Well, even if we make the variable outside of the function, the variable doesn't exist. We saw that a couple times. True, too close to the sun. I have to stop because I have to charge my iPad anymore. I'm sorry to hear about your nose, Foxy, but it sounds like you're in a good place as far as the keyboard mouse. That's pretty cool. Internet is ass. Just think harder. I am. I'm thinking. I'm wrinkling the brain. Drew, too close to the sun. I have to stop because I don't have the charge of my iPad anymore. No. Just charge your iPad while you draw on it. I do that a lot. I probably shouldn't. If you think about it, the boiled one's head looks like Sierra Leone. I'm not even gonna confirm if you're right. I just don't want. I don't want to know if you're right or not. I think I think any reference to being look like the boiled one is never a positive thing. It's not a positive. The boiled one, it's quite literally like, I want to say like a cat skeleton with spikes. Is it the best way to describe him? Oh god. Anyway, so the way I'm thinking is this. So I'm just trying to think here. In detection 1, we have the ability to get the shape ID here, which means we have get the collider shape, right? So what I want... Sorry. What I want... Well, there's another way we could do it. There's another thing that we can do. And that's on the mimic side. I wanted to suggest a new costume, but there's no more of those. You know what? Let me reset that for you. So that way you can do it. Redeem, because originally it was once a week. So that way I didn't fall behind, but I'm so behind it does not matter. It does not matter. Let's see, where are you? Recommend a new outfit. Here it is. Boom. Alright. You're good. You should have access to it now. What is a version... Sorry, if I'm quiet, it's because I'm thinking. So what I'm thinking right now, I should really think out loud. So what I'm thinking right now is having a different set of code, so the phone call here, and what it will do, instead of it pulling the shape ID, Minesweeper costume. Okay, in what context? Is Mama Dodo the bomb? Is Mama Dodo the program? Is Mama Dodo the clicker? Because if it's the clicker, do we still have that up, or is that gone? Hold on. Yeah, we do have a hand Mama Dodo. It's just currently in the vault. What to what extent are you feeling with the Minesweeper costume? Or are we gonna go full on realistic, quote unquote, and have Mama Dodo be a bomb diffuser? Sock puppet. Alright, let's open it up. Oop. New window. Open. Stream notes. Sock puppet. Mama Dodo. That one's short, sweet, to the point. But here's the question. Is there anything about the sock puppet that you want to make sure is included? Or are you leaving it for creative interpretation? Ideally stream, but for every syllable spoken out loud containing a vowel extends the stream by seconds. I just wouldn't talk. I was kidding, but just wait until I have 5,000 points again. Hell yeah. Sorry, I keep on getting the garbage is smelly, like in the kitchen, and I'm just like, and I'm trying to find the source of it. I'm assuming it's the garbage, and now it's like leaking into my room. Oh gosh, I need to take care of it. I need to. It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. Get back to me as far as the sock puppet. We just had an ad break, and I'm just like, bye, and then I went to the bathroom, and I'm like, bye. Oh gosh, I'm such a bad streamer. Be right back. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry. My God. I'm going to see dips and people leaving and be like, what happened? And it's like, I don't know. Is it one of the 3 times you left stream? Damn. If I trash taken care of, sprayed the place, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't even like multiple day kind of like, I understand if you like have garbage and it's been there for like a couple days or whatever. This literally overnight, and it was already that bad. Anyway, welcome back. I'm back. Romanian Mama Dodo. I wouldn't even know how to go about that, so I would need direct guidance. I like button eyes, but I leave the artist carte blanche. Alright. Sounds good to me. Alright. So this is what I'm thinking, right? I was originally thinking the process that we would need to go about with before is we would have a list of all the shape IDs. Give me and Dragon as inspiration. That's true. I could ask both of y'all as far as how to properly go about that. But if you want to redeem it, go for it. I'm not going to tell you no for that. I don't consider it inappropriate by any standard. Just more or less, I need to make sure, as somebody who is not Romanian, that I do it in a non-offensive way. You know what I mean? But what was it? Put her in IE, pronounced EE, EA, EE, EE. Huh. Well, I probably need to look it up. I'm like, say again? What? Anyway, so what I was... Yeah, pretty much good. Okay. So I was thinking that cultural appropriation cost. That's what I don't want to happen. That's what I don't want. So it's literally like, I want to make sure that if it is something that it is redeemed, it is done so in a tasteful manner. It is not done so in an appropriating kind of manner. So before it was whenever something was chosen, we take their shape ID and then we print it anyway. So we already know that we're getting their shape ID. We can also get other things during that point, but that's not the problem. Then what I was thinking is like, cool, so when it's chosen, then it like brings like that's something that we can refer to again if need be. But I think it might be easier instead if we make it so that it's dependent specifically on the map. It's XY coordinate. So instead what we'll do is that we'll put the phone call on the mimic. Well, actually on phone call, let's export mimic. We're gonna export mimic. Did I do this wrong? Add export variable mimic sprite 2D. Yeah. We'll just do this actually. We did this before. This is not cheating. There you go. Boom. Tell Dragon about this. I need to sleep early. Today is a slow day after 4 days back to back. Fast 4 days. All right, Foxy. Well, thank you for stopping by as always. I hope you have a good rest, a good sleep, and I'll see you I'll see you this weekend. As far as I'm aware, nothing happening this weekend that's like super crazy. That I shouldn't see you on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. The only thing about Saturday is that I can't go over time because I have D&D after stream. so I wouldn't be able to push it. Hopefully we can finish. Hopefully we can finish it in time. If not, then I would probably just do like a 2-parter stream or something, depending. Actually, no, I don't think I'd be able to do that. Stream and then D&D would be too much to then go back to it. Slow day means sleeping early, 10 p.m., and then fast days have no limit besides 3 a.m. Well, you're better than me. I'm currently running on average 4 a.m. But I also don't have a day job, so I'll do it. Okay. So this one is the phone call. I'm thinking we just put this on the damn phone. They put it on the damn phone. So what we'll do... Well, honestly, the phone call should just kind of exist. It's not. It shouldn't even be on the screen. It should just exist out in the 3D world as just kind of like a floating game, thing, right? Should be a fast day, slow day, but this is just the first one in weeks. All right, have a good one. Please take care of yourself. Please rest more often. As somebody who rarely has a rest day. Do as I say, not as I do. Teehee. I really need to do better with it. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Let's see here. Main game 3D. Here we go. And then what I want from here... World environment. Not quite, but essentially in the room... I would almost want to say, almost like it doesn't even have to be a part of the room. I feel like that was way off tune. There we go. Child node. That's what we were looking for. Okay, so we have 2D node. It's a 2 in-game object. We don't want any of these. We just want a script. That just interacts with other things. A base for all scene objects. A window. A sub-viewport. No. It's not a 3D node. It's not an audio player. Is it a canvas layer? A node used for independent rendering of objects within a 2D scene? No, it's not any of those. It's literally just like a thing in the background. Should we do something really funky? Should we make it so that it's are we going cube? Should we just make a 3D cube, throw it on it, and that's our call? And just make it invisible? Just so that it exists in the world? That'd be kind of funny. That'd be pretty good. And then maybe the end of the game is just like we turn the cube invisible. We turn the cube off. .3D node. Audio overrides the location sounds are heard from. Interesting. You're really buttering up Queen, aren't you, Dragon? Yeah, you gotta feed Queen. Plays positional sound in 3D space. Well... I guess what we could do... It became more important than my check-in. I'm sure Queen won't forget it. Skeleton 3D, Vehicle 3D, Origin 3D. I'm gonna say there's something fun that we could potentially do here by making a audio stream 3D. Because then what we can do is have all these conditions brought into it, and then at the very end you have the phone call sound. No. I think it should just be the phone. I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. We don't need to make something separate. Let's just take the damn phone. It's all this damn phone. And then we throw the phone call onto the phone. Boom. And then we have the assign, filter nodes, mimic. Oh, show all. Interesting. We can't go to a different scene. Interesting. Open in editor. Uh-huh. Okay. Good to know. Honestly, good to know. Using it as attended. People just feed either you or me soul points. It's true. Right? Right? So yeah, we cannot... Oh, sorry. We cannot assign the mimic from a different scene. Even if it's a sub-viewport. Interesting. Well, here comes a question then to me that's kind of wild. Which would be, what if we just had a script here that was a... This is gonna be kind of weird. I don't even know if you're supposed to do it this way, but it's kind of funny. New script, scene bridge. Where's scene bridge? Where are you? Scene bridge. Here you go. Scene bridge. And then all it is it's to export. Can I just do this? Hell yeah. Boom. Scene bridge, put it on viewport. So now when we go to the main 3D, it should be on viewport. Right? Hopefully. Maybe. Let's see, phone, where are you? Where are you? Damn, it did not work. Look at my old drawings right now. What was wrong with me? The same way you're going to think about your current drawings 5 years from now. It never stops. It just shows that you've progressed in your skills and as a person. Embrace your cringe. It means you have grown. So, there's no way we can do it. I did it like 5 years ago. Well, hopefully one day y'all will be here long enough that you'll see stuff that you just like as soon as you got here. Like, and then you'll be able to see like how different you are now then as you compared to are now, right? Because after all, it's been over a year for a significant amount of you. I like to replace I suck at art to I am unpracticed at art. Yeah. I've come a long way as far as my relationship with art. I no longer hate my art. I tolerate it. And there are some art pieces I actually like. That's a long way from I hate my art, which is where I started at. So this is a no-go. So the phone ringing is not gonna be a thing. It has to be in the viewport. The fact that the Martha full body is still my best piece makes me feel like I've regressed. Well, I don't think... What's a good way of putting this? The impulsive make something funny is often the most impactful, even if it is the most thought-provoking. Even if it's like not your most favorite, worked hard. I think solemnly is the thing that you worked hardest and that you love the most is the one that's gonna turn out the best. Weirdly enough, it's the ones that you barely put any thought into that you're just like, oh shit, people love this. Love my current art always. Like I remember loving the drawings made 5 years ago. Well, I'm glad you have such a healthy relationship with your art. I did not for a very long time. Let's do... So this scene bridge, honestly, let's just... Scene bridge is gonna be a... It did not work. Detach script. Scene bridge, delete. Boom. So what we need to do now is that we need to have like a... Let's call maps, a viewport. It's unfortunate. Okay, let's see here. Add child node, control TD. That's the one in 2D space. I always find my current art is peak. Yeah, that's just a very healthy mentality. Don't take that for granted. Can't tell if I'm neutral. I'm still into the hide it range. Well, continue working on it until you know you're out of it. And sometimes I get jealous of my old drawings. What kind of thing are you drawing? At least from what I've seen, mostly dragons. Back buffer, copy. CPU particles, camera TD, collision. Let's just do a sprite. Same deal. It's the same cube thing, but we're just gonna make it invisible. Create. This is just gonna be phone call object. Boom. That's just stuff there. I don't even remember what that's for. And then we're gonna do phone call, slap it on. Phone call object has the mimic. We want all mimics. We want all mimics to be able to do this. To be fed the same information. and have a very similar kind of thing. So Mimic 2, Mimic 3. Only people who have been part of the stream will know that there's 3 mimics. No one else will be able to tell. By design. Well, yeah, dragons, but also characters I like recently, assets for a game I'm working on. What working on is giving me too much credit. It's basically trying to metaphorize my own anxiety into a small lizard named Angzio. Assuming that's how you pronounce it. Most of them are on the post of our channel on Discord. Yeah! Yeah. Don't worry, Ludo. A couple more years and you'll be able to. Let me know if there's anything that I can do that you feel like I need to help support on other platforms. Because I still want to show that I support y'all. The 18 plus in the server thing is a recent change, by the way. So I'm still in the... There's still kind of like an awkward transition as far as I want to make sure you're still notified and like there's still a place for you to talk and communicate and share. That isn't the Discord channel. I was leaning towards the YouTube, like the YouTube community page being the center of it, but just let me know. Through DMs when I'm too awkward to post myself. I just not want to have so much life clutter before I start posting stuff. Tried with YouTube, but that burned me out too quickly. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, YouTube has been a headache, but it is the best thing to do. Really isn't a better alternative. There just isn't. Okay, so we have all 3 mimics here. So this is what I'm thinking. I am thinking, instead of it pulling directly from like trying to find the shape ID, etc., I think what it is it will... My Discord is Little too. Oh, smart detection. Yeah, got you. Here it is. I think it was flagging you for self-promotion. I think is what it was flagging you for. Because it didn't highlight any particular word. I think you put my Discord and then it like, oh, they're trying to self-promote on this guy's stream. Why don't just get a good grip on habits and remove some big life things needed to be done to be able to focus more on content creation. Yeah, just don't do too much too soon. As somebody who does too much too soon all the time. Send me your dragons as sexual connotations. Well, certain kinds of dragons do. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. So instead of it pulling directly from like, oh, shape ID, etc., I want XY coordinates. And then if XY coordinates equals certain ones, then we'll create, it will like match up to certain variables. So like, for example, right? Let's do a call where every time I hit enter, it will spit out the global coordinate that I am on, that the mimic is currently on, right? In fact, what we'll do, boom, boom. Okay. Let's hide these for now. We don't need to make this more complicated than it needs to be. We don't need to worry about juggling 3 mimics at the same time as of right now. We'll adjust that when we add it. Right now, let's make sure one of them works, and then we'll increase it accordingly. Auto moderation, though, saying bang my head into a wall had sexual connotation. Well, it said, what was it? It wasn't bang your head It was... What was it? What was it? It was something. It was something slightly different. It was essentially, yeah. I'm trying to find it. I'm scrolling up. Man, y'all have been talking so much, I couldn't find it. Oh, it's fine. But it was something equivalent to it. Yeah. It was very funny. Alright, let's see here. Call. So, what I want, if we go back over to detection 1. If input is spread, so let's do project settings, input map, spread to. Let's not have this one be spread to. This one will just be what's the word? Location check. Okay. I don't think I have spread to anywhere currently, so I don't think it broke anything. Phone call. Function press. Instead of difficulty, this is, what did I say it was? Location check. There you go. When I do a location check, then all it will do is give me, where is it? Get, it was like get like global something something. Get dot global call argument object get location. What was it? I know I did it at one point, and I don't delete stuff, so it's here somewhere. Global position variable equals get world 2D space. I think this is it. Is it? We'll do a variable location. We'll do this. We'll just do function location. And then this is just current location. And then this is just location. Boom. Oh. There you go. Current location equals get 2D world 2D space. It still doesn't like it. There's collision count, collider shape, variable shape ID. This is query self inspect shape. That seems really complicated for what I'm trying to do. Yeah, it was imposter global position. It was like maybe self global position. Let's try that. Self dot global. I think that's a function, yeah. Load location. Internal physics notification. Global. Physical. Yeah, let's do get. Tree, viewport, get window, get instance, get strips, get property. Rada. Rada. Let's see. Because this is a imposter. That was an old way of me determining something. Mimic global position. We'll just do this. Self global position print. Am I dumb? Yeah, it's in the parentheses. Print current location. Oh, and then we should probably put this at, oh, it's already on pass, it's fine. Okay. Expected opening? Why is this giving me yellow? The parameter delta is never used in the function process. If this is intended, prefix it with delta. Do I need to do like this? No. Hell yeah. Feel free to send it to me if you want. Go. Okay. All right. We're gonna restart it. Sound. Let's see how good I am off the rip. Boom. Nothing. Oh, I didn't pull the mimic. No wonder I didn't. Mimic. Global position. Yeah, no wonder I didn't do anything. The thing's like, I never called it. Current location is mimic global position, and then you print current location. Boom. Sound. Music. Hold on. Let's make sure that this is technically doing it. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't even put... Oh my gosh. Except instead of spread, it's location check. Boom. Now do it, you dumbass. Sound. Music. And then boop. Still nothing. Okay, good. It's nice to know that it wouldn't have worked anyway. That's great. That's actually good. Okay, so first things first. I will say, let's make sure all of these are working correctly. Print location checking. Second are all the prints in... Yeah, no, it's just print that the same thing. Okay, good. I just want to make sure that it's even registering the thing. Sound. Music. Ah. See? It should be going right there, but it's not doing it at all. Which means it's not getting the input of the enter. Now, why? Now the question is, why isn't it getting the input? First, let's check our project settings. Location check. Enter. Physical. That much is true. Location check. Enter. Lovely. Space is spread. Okay. So it's not an issue on doing the wrong thing, right? So we hit the location check. If the input is just pressed. Let's do this. No, right? It's like, what are you doing? Because this one is its own thing. It's nothing to do with Delta, etc. Yeah. Okay, good. Ooh. I'll check it out during the ad break. I'll check it out in 10 minutes. So we did the location check, we print location checking, then we do this. But the problem is currently this isn't getting anything. Now what we could do is maybe put it down here. So now it's in the same level as everything else that we're interacting with. And we'll see if maybe the issue was just the location. Sound. Music. No. If location checked is pressed, then you do that. Then we print, and then we do that. Oh no, I'm not forced. I don't feel forced in the slightest. I'm just letting you know. If one, if two, if choose. Get script, shape ID, print shape ID. Yeah. So let me see here. What is with this that I'm like? Props Ludo for having two conversations combined with my art yapper. Yeah, right. Very skilled. Generation, region. Where was the thing? There's like an ordering texture. It's like there's something here that makes it so that it's if it's checked versus unchecked, it's a problem. But I don't remember what it was. Show behind parent. Here it is. Show behind parent was canvas item. Canvas item visibility. Show behind parent, maybe? No, everything on here is off. No, show behind parent, that one shouldn't be on. Why aren't you working? I found it. I never called it. If it's not in the delta, it's not checking it. There's nothing that would call it to actually be to even check it in the first place. That means delta means every frame it checks to see if press was pressed. On ready, basically, from my understanding, you want things on ready, things that are like in the beginning and loaded and it's not changing and it doesn't need to be updated. Delta is things that need to be updated. All right. Now it should work. I don't see there's anything in the way here. Music. Perfect. Perfect. We see it. It's on the bottom left. We see location checking of the first print, knowing that it went through, and then it shows the current location, mimic global location, print current location. And then I hit it again, it switched, it's now at 5080. And then over here, and then now it's 5150. And then over here, and then it's 10150. So now we have XY coordinates. We have XY coordinates that equal certain things. All right. So now what we need is a way for us to get, so we have current location here. So mimic global position is an export variable that is put in. So in general, we have the means to just get that position at any point in time. It's not dependent on a function. I need a quicker way to translate it. So we're going to attempt to do what I've attempted to do in the past. For those that have no idea what I'm talking about, where is it? Dictionary? No. First house? No. Main menu, mimic difficulty, resources. Here we go. No, not resources. Spread choice, spread resistance, testing input, utilities, videos, zoom object. No, where is it? I guess I'll just keep clicking until I find it. I would thought it would have been in dictionary, not gonna lie, because that's what it was. Here it is, imposter spread. See all of this? On ready variable old house equals blah. That was me trying to make sure that this thing equals this variable, so then when I refer to it, it's not this complicated mess. So for phone call in particular, what I want is like, okay, cool, we're able to get its current location. So now we need to make it so that if it's, so for instance, right now, let's say 9. It's in house 9. House 9 is in 140, 200. Meaning that if location is blank, then it's variable blah. Right? By the way, completely unrelated, sorry, but how much is a standard haircut here? Because I have heard some crazy prices in another stream. A standard haircut? Do you mean where I live? Because I'm not cutting your hair. mean, I can, but I have A, no experience, and B, doesn't look. I don't know what look good on my. Well, I take that back. I actually do kind of know what looks good on other people. But I have on my own body, it does not work. But to answer your question, yeah, I would say about 20. But it depends what you're trying to get. It depends what you're trying to get done. For a quick and simple, like borderline buzz cut, like and a few like touch-ups here and there, like that's like $16 plus an extra $4 for tip. Yeah, I would say about 20 US is about 20, maybe 25. But if I wanted to like get like a good shampoo with some like oh, you tip your barbers as well? Yeah, of course we do. This is the US. We literally tip everything. Yeah, it's not great. Don't get me wrong. I don't support it, but I'm not about to not pay the worker. You know what I mean? Like, sure, I will vote. I will certainly vote and do whatever I need to do politically wise in order to remove it. But until then, I'm not going to not pay the worker. It's not their fault that their owner aren't paying them well enough. What? Wanted to have my hair cut and heard this from like $50? Yeah, I mean, if it... Here's the thing. Ooh. Wait, don't I have a lore drop prepped? I'm ready to go? Hold on. Lore drop. Where is it? I thought I had one. Because I thought of one a while ago. Also, can we have a short summary for newcomers? Sure. So. Okay, we can also mention that one too. Alright. Lore drop. Alright. Idealist is a paleomancer in a different dark fantasy world, etc. He, the person that I am, the reason that you're seeing a dodo, is because Idealist is talking through Mama Dodo. It's kind of like a, you can think of it as like a speakerphone, in a way. In some of the costumes you can see it, some of them you cannot, just depending. The reason that there are different costumes for Mama Dodo is because the conduit that he is using, kind of, you're seeing like Mama Dodo through different lenses of different games that we play and different things that we do. So it's like each one is like a different version of what Mama Dodo could have been if they were in that universe, right? So you'll see mentions here and there as far as different characters that you just haven't interacted with yet. That's something that I do plan on updating at some point. So is gambling addict Mama Dodo canon? You mean Mama Slotto? Mama Dodo Slotto is technically canon. I think every costume is technically canon to a certain degree, in the sense of just like it's just a different version of Mama Dodo. But those characters are different summons. Idealist has quite a few different summons. One of them, the main one, is Mama Dodo. There is a, which has his core, which pretty much gives him, it's like the source of his power, etc. He needed someone to protect it. There's also Queen, which is Queen of the Raptors. She's one of his summons, as well as Sylvester, which is a Hydra cat. Think of like a saber-tooth cub litter that has one body but multiple heads. So the bird is a gambling addict, just like me, for real, for real. That one is. You can always go bald. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's hair is more expensive if you have longer hair. If you're, I think if you're a girl, I feel like they upcharge you. I really do. For men, it's really straightforward. Fortunately / unfortunately. The glow is broken for this one. I don't know how to fix it. This one wasn't originally so purple. I'm hoping when we play BioShock Infinite and this costume updates, because BioShock, this costume in particular, is an evolving costume, and as we play it, y'all can change and write on it as we play. So I'm hoping the next version with BioShock Infinite, it will not be as purple. But yeah, I don't know why it's so expensive. Is it just a trim that it's $50, or do you also do shampoo and conditioner and layering and styling? Like, what's the extent of the $50? Yeah. Like, when I mean like $16, $20, I'm talking about like super cuts. I don't mean you go in there with a style in mind. You go in there and you're just going to be happy with what they give you. It's like I wouldn't say bottom of the barrel, but like you just can't beat it here. Yeah. Like, it's just one of those things where you're not going to be able to tell them much. You can probably give them a little bit of a hint of what you want. Actually, speaking of which, I am also getting a haircut this week. I'm going to drive to town and get a haircut and treat myself to some food. Can my question on lore be about the healer sector of Idealist lore? Sure. Healing sector of Idealist lore. Well, there is a particular incident that happened that before that point, there really wasn't a whole lot of need for the healing sector. For a significant portion of Idealist's essential, like, battle, right? He just, if any of them died or their bodies were destroyed, he just brought new ones in, right? It wasn't until after, like, certain points that either the more important ones just didn't really die or really get hurt, and then the less important ones just kind of was like, that was just the nature of things. He really didn't... He wasn't very... He was going through a lot. Let's put it that way. He was going through a lot. But then something happened in which he really needed to, like, a big issue happened, and and it destroyed not only parts of himself, but a significant part of his army. He needed a healing sector. Like, a need for it came. And thus born the healing sector. I believe the leader of the healing sector is a mammoth, if I recall correctly. So a giant woolly mammoth is the leader of the healing sector, and very much the philosophy of it is value in death as of life kind of vibe, you know? To honor the dead is to honor oneself. And the gist of it is just like any damage done is most of the time just physical. So it's just replacing the rock that existed within it, and or additional damage or adjustments that Idealists make on top of that, right? Like a significant amount of these summons are altered by some form or another, by like additional weaponry or armor, or, you know, catering specific to that summon. So it's not always just fossil miasma, that's it. Sometimes, like for instance, King has a bladed tail and metal teeth. Queen, I believe, has some additional modifications to her feet, if I remember correctly. I think there's some stuff happening there. But point is that the repair is just more or less is just keeping up the sustain of the battle at hand. Though they still do damage on the field, their main goal is to make sure that everyone who is currently fighting is able to stay fighting. Does that answer your question? I don't know if I've already covered all that previously. If it's all old news, I can try to think of something new. I really do love this costume, though. I kind of wish we had more evolving costumes, but it's a lot. Hey! How are you doing, Barbaric? Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your lurk. I think I saw you were live earlier. Hopefully you had a good stream. And for me, it's always been like I roll out of bed and then I start streaming. So a lot of times I don't have time to check before I get started. I'm just like, oh god, another day, another grind. But enjoy your lurk. Take care of yourself. I just got done with as far as a lore drop that's been redeemed. But as far as what we're doing productively, at the very least. Well, actually, you know what? Early morning, 1 p.m. stream, right? Well, when you stay up till like 4 or 5 a.m., yeah, no, that kind of is about right. Before I give an update, let's do our last ad break. We're already over it by like 10 minutes or so. But everyone, get some water, get some food, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. Let's do this last little bit. Yeah. If your partner's sleep is for the weak. Y'all need to sleep more. Just saying. You're aware, like, the amount of you need sleep cannot be underestimated. It does, you need it for both mental and physical, you're just not gonna be at, you're not gonna do your best. Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. All right, I'm back. Let's check out these pictures. Oh, yeah, I see the potential. Yeah. I mean, you say that, but it still looks good to me. I guess that shows how much I have so much more to learn. Yeah, Ludo, I'm checking out the pictures. It looks great. I guess I have a long way to go. It's just like, oh, this one sucks. So I'm like, I still think I much more to go. Just saying. In the words of the game, now I refuse to sleep long enough. I able to ascend to a higher plane of functioning and reach nirvana. I think someone hasn't read the Russian sleep experiments. The like horror short story. That one is but as somebody who learned the importance of sleep in school, literally like your brain just stops working. You will just stop functioning. Even one night's sleep is like not great. I think, Grant, I have heard of this. It's probably completely false at this point, where it's like one night of missing sleep is equivalent to like being drunk, as far as just like inebriation goes. I grew up on that shit. I know the risks I'll take. Yeah, like sleep is so important. It's so important. And the reason I'm able to get away with it is because I don't have something keeping me up at every morning at the exact same time. So if I stay up till like 5 a.m., then I'm sleeping till 1 p.m. ish, right? I usually go to bed at 12 and wake up around like 8 a.m. It ranges. Yeah, like it's I think the range is like between 6 to 8. It's closer, I think, to 8 to 10 if you're a teenager. Teenagers need more sleep. At least that's what the science shows. You can get diabetes if you go too long without enough sleep. That's crazy. I actually didn't know about diabetes. I doubt they had 70 different flavors of Red Bull back in USSR, Richa. I got a better chance of reaching enlightenment than them. Maybe. You don't know what they put in that gas. It could be just evaporated Red Bull. We don't know. I certainly don't. I doubt they have 15 different flavors of Monster running through my veins. Maybe. Y'all need to chill with the energy drinks. It's not good, and you know it's not good. They put goofy goober gas in there? That's crazy. Anyway, what we have done is we have made it so that we can now tell where our location is by hitting enter. So now what we want to do is make it so that certain locations equate to certain variables. So that way it's able to tell us, like, hey, this is. Otherwise, the game needs to know which house it is that we're referring to in order for us to move forward, and that's what we're doing. That's why I health the health potion recipe. Maybe I'll force myself back into the recipe. Makes me 5 out of energy with the ice cream, scoop of sugar, and a cup of Coke. Yeah, I don't think it's the sleep that's giving you diabetes. I think it's just your food. I think it's just that. Every month I have this phase when I think I can stop sleeping from... Only things you can't go wrong with that. Just how you make a Sunday. Crazy. I stopped blinking for a day after that. Yeah, no. I don't think I need to tell you that's bad for you. I don't think I need to tell you that. I think you know. I think you're good. All right. So, now that I'm going to get the bag, though. Sure, if you can make it. At least 1 hour of raw productivity gained this day. Hell yeah. That's 1 more hour you would have had otherwise. Me trying to see the positive side of things when I'm not productive at all. Realizing that I have an unhealthy relationship with productivity. Finger guns. A single tear runs down my face. When I die, make sure my coffin is Versace themed. And I'm cremated on my own yacht. I guess I'm too poor to know Versace. Or Versailles? Is it French? If it's expensive, it might be French. Remember a time when I stopped sleeping for 3 days and I would hear people talking when it was silent? Yeah, no, you hallucinate. I think the most somebody was able to stay up straight was 8 days, I want to say, and their body was shutting down. Like, no, their organs were stopping. Something along the lines of that. There's some kind of, there's a limit where it's like, you cannot. My schedule should help me debug code. That's a, who needs rubber ducks? You're golden. That's funny. This is truly optimal. All right, let's see here. So we know the location, but so how do we turn it? Sorry, what did you say? Nobody said anything for 5 minutes. It's like, sorry, I was focused on something else. What was that? And then you're like alone. You look around, no one's there. It's like, huh. Interesting. Versace is Italian. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Okay, well, regardless. Also, my goals are so much lower. I just want to pay my bills. I want to pay my bills and do what I love. That's it. I don't need to be rich. I don't want to be rich. I'm good. Just enough to put me over. Anything after that will just go to charity. That was my original goal, and why it was such a big deal that we did charity on Halloween. Is because that was like, my goal is to make enough money to support myself, and then anything after that is just, we'll just do donation streams to different charities, charity streams. Pull a Fight Club and get a imaginary friend. Maybe sleep deprivation is how you obtain superpowers. You obtain something, but it's not super. For the government, mom and dad had mandatory sleep time. Have you seen that? Like, it was like a short horror story about the guy who learned why you need to blink. It was something about, like, if you don't blink for enough time, you start seeing shadow people. And if you do it for long enough, they can see you. It was something like that. There's some really good ones over there. It's fairly rare, but like the r/no sleep kind of like subreddit kind of deal. I remember scrolling through there, not often, but often. Yeah, it was a good story. There's some really good stories on there. I should probably honestly just follow up on it. They probably come up with some pretty good ones. And that's one of the reasons why I've been liking listening to, I guess this is a free advertisement for them, Creepcast. It is a podcast with Windigoon and Meat Canyon, and it's really good. They do a very good job. I've been enjoying the crap out of it. Whenever I go out like grocery shopping, I have them in the background, which is funny because it's not something you should be listening in public. I'm doing teaching kids about the importance of sleep. I try, dude. Guess they will read a fun bedtime story, the Russian sleep experiment. Oh gosh. I would be the guy who would read horror stories to my kids. I'd be like, hey, I grew up with vivid, constant nightmares as a child. I died every night for like 6 years. It builds character, and then I just walk away. And then they're just like, what? No joke, though. That's one of the reasons why I believe my house that I grew up in Colorado was haunted. Because those dreams and experiences were very real. Or certainly felt like it. Make your kids play the elevator game or the stair one. Oh, yeah! And hell yeah, Ludo. Creepcast's so good. I wonder... No, that's still not okay. I was thinking, like, maybe that's one of the things we can have in the background as we're working on stuff, is, like, having podcasts in the background. Like Creepcast. But that still feels like it's taking from other people creative liberties. Not liberties, but, like, React Andy territory that I try to avoid. Except for that one time where we went through the dinosaur... what's his name? I forget his name. God, I'm bad with names. But it was the dinosaur animation. Really good. Really, really freaking good. Also, the man makes, like, sculptures like it's nothing. I'm so impressed, and it also pisses me off. I just see, like, yeah, this is my second Tyrannosaurus that I've ever made, and it's, like, a pristine. It's like, fuck you. But also, I love you. Make your kids play out to do SCP nightmares were something else. SCP nightmares. I know, I love SCP. Don't get me wrong. You make a story with a cursed object, I'm all for it. I am down for it. I love that trope. React to All Tomorrow, please. You would love it. All Tomorrow. Oh, is that the one where aliens turn humans into different creatures? Is it that one? Because if so, I know what you're talking about. Start learning sculpting, see if you're gifted enough to get the bag. Maybe. I remember doing sculpting when I was a kid. But, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I want to learn to get good with Blender. Turns out I'm actually pretty decent at it. I wonder if I have my old Blender projects. Hold on, let me check. Let's see. Are we getting completely sidetracked? We are. We 100% are. It's weird enough where it's a little too weird for me to casually enjoy it truly. It's definitely interesting and cool, but it's one of those things where it's just like a little too far. A little too far. Open. Okay, that's the one that I made recently. Documents maybe? Where would I have put it? I think I would have deleted it. Home, OneDrive. No, it wouldn't be a OneDrive. 3D objects? No. Where would I have put it? I made a spider in Blender once. It was I have no mouth and I must scream is my fave though. That's very good. That one's very, very good. You have good taste, Ludo. Am is very good. It's a very good antagonist. It is antagonist. Antagonist. We will. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, I'm decent at Blender, which is why I'm trying to realign myself with it. Because I might be better with Blender 3D sculpture stuff than I am with 2D stuff. Want me to find out? All right. There are a million miles of printed circus. Wait, Ludo, were you the one who drew the Am like thing like on the stone tablet on Sunday? Was that you? Because I remember seeing that on Sunday on the Magma, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I know this one. I know this quote." It was very cute, though. Good friend Am. I mean, he has outlined his name, and how can it be right? How bad can he be? Just messing with you. I wouldn't make fun of mistyping let alone most of y'all are on your phones. But in case it's not obvious, typing on your phone is usually not a great experience. It's not a super great experience. But okay. Let's idealist. Should we? Okay. We need to make this equals other things. So 9 equals if I almost want to put something along the lines of like if current location equals 140 200, then print yes. I thought if current location is equals, but I guess it wouldn't work that way. What if we did this? Maybe? No. Yeah, that was you. Okay, cool. You gave me a sentence, Ted. The tower thing. Gonna go play Repo with a friend. All right, Dragon. Have fun playing Repo. It should be. I love Repo, dude. We need to play more of it. Shipping within a Marjorie because I can. Any kind of listen. Shipping is. You have all the power. That's kind of the point. The stream just deteriorates to quoting Am the rest of the stream. If current location is, let's see here. Let's see if that one does not equal null. It's not that. Then basically, I want to make sure that I think we're on our own here. Okay. Current location. Draw fan art of them together. By the way, why am I not surprised? creative loop. Let's see, the slimy thing dead. The actual dead. I need to go back and reread it. I have no mouth, but I must scream. Let's see. It was current location, and then we want to have a thing where it's like, cool, if current location is a particular thing, then we want to make it so that we basically want to make it so that it knows where it is by combining the same location. So, hey Starbeast, how are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. The chat is currently raving about I have no mouth, but I must scream. With AM, if you are familiar, while I try to brute force a code that I have no idea what I'm doing. So, the usual game dev stream. Just popping in, but I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm doing good. If you're wondering why Mama Dodo is so purple, is because we put a glow thing that is reflective of what's happening on stream, like a lot of other VTubers have. Except for whatever reason, this one is just like super glowy, and it's only this costume. So I don't know what the problem is. Actually, I think I might know what the problem is. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and just mess with it just a little bit, just a touch. Properties, nope. Filter. And boom, boom. It, I believe, is this one. Nope. Need a little bit more. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. There's a lot of them. You're just gonna have to believe me here. That's even more purple. How is it more purple when I turn that on? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Alright, let's see. There was one that was slightly more. No, that did nothing. How about this one? That did nothing. I guess I could do, that one is so much... No. Yeah, no. I don't know what it is. Oh God, definitely not that one. Yeah, I guess it's just gonna have to be what it is. Oh, there's this one. Again. Don't know what that one's for. Okay. Well, we're here. I don't know which one's worse. We'll just do that one. It's fine. Just need... God. Good luck in accomplishing your dreams. RGB Toto. I just need for Amazon to release Amazon Dreadnoughts so I can serve for eternity when I die. Amazon Dreadnoughts? Like 40k? I was gonna say 401k. Oh God. Christopher, a fan of I Have No Mouth and I'm a Screen These. I was gonna say, I am aware of it, but it's been a hot minute. Alright, so current location. If the current location current location I will say if the current location is, I thought it was like is less. Well, I think the is equals is specifically for numbers. 401k, I see you, Ultramarines fan. Sorry, but Skaven is still best Warhammer race. Oh god, now we're going to Warhammer. Alright. Filthy 1, print 1, 2, etc., etc. Okay, well, that's fine. What would we do? So that's when it does not equal. Oh, maybe that one is right. Maybe that one is. I think it is if equals 140, 100. Click yes. Maybe? No. Okay. I think we kind of got it. Let's see it. Sound. Oh, it was Skaven. Oh. Sound. Music. All right. So. Okay. Cool. Invalid operations and string in that one. Got you. Uh-huh. So we tried to make this into something that it wasn't. Okay, so first things first. Let's go ahead and do this. 1 second. All right, I'm back. All right. Anyways, I'm back. There was just a question someone needed to ask me. All right. So, if we... Let's just refresh. Sound. Then 80/40. So we'll just do 80/40 because then we don't need anything else. So the print of the current location is 80/40. So that means how are we going to do this? Because in the direction that we were going, if it's essentially just a huge if then, like if it's this then it equals this, if it's this then it equals this. We don't want any of that. We want an identifier. We want an ability to identify the location and then put out a variable of determining of like, hey, yes, this is it. Because then what we can do is be like, cool, this location is going to be static as far as what possible things are in there, right? But we need to make sure... We're currently gathering more homies to switch up on more people when I make it. Yeah, I will say, I was like, I really like some of the 40k lore stuff. I am not adept in 40k. It feels like a game that I would have not, I would be really, really into though. Gonna be real. I used to mess with these miniatures. What were they called? It wasn't RuneScape. Obviously, RuneScape was the video game. I have a box of them, but it's like they're like fantasy dungeon creatures, and they were on like these black platforms that you can twist, and they would change their health and damage, etc. So they were definitely meant to be like on a map where they would come into contact and then fight each other. What are they called? I can't think of it. Anyway, I had that when I was a kid. So. Let's see. But seriously though, what is it? How would we do this? We would could just Google it. And that's the funny thing. I'm not okay with AI for the most part, but I'm absolutely fine with Googling an answer. But at this point, is it much different? Because what we're trying... I also want to make sure that I'm voicing it correctly. So we want to be able to make sure... We want to be able to take the current location and then make sure that certain locations are tied with certain possible outcomes. Right? That's what we want. Which is why we want to identify it. So then it's just like, oh, just search on Stack Overflow. It's going to be quicker and AI free. Yeah, I know. That's usually what I pull from anyway. I just want to be able to say my, like, I have to make sure I have the right question in mind to solve the answer that we're tackling, right? Because I can't just say my specific issue, which is I have many houses on a map and I want to make sure that there are certain, like, if I put that whole thing on there, nothing's going to show up. I need to be able to find a way of like, okay, so what is the thing that I am asking for? What I am asking for is an identifier tying a location to a variable. Let's try that. Let's see. Godot linking a variable to a location. Passing connecting variables between scripts and scenes. Oh, that's actually good to know. Let me look. One option is to create a class with static variables. Class name foo, variable is Godot equals true, function ready, print foo is Godot. There is a possibility of connecting them with functions, but I'm unsure how to set this up. I'm sure we would connect with function, but you can use setters and getters. Damn it! Are we into setters and getters right now? What y'all were complaining about? throwing code whenever a property is set or accessed. For example, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Set if value equals 4. OS crash. 2 plus 2 must equal 4. 2 plus 2 equals value. 2 plus 2 equals 5 would crash the game. Went full circle from a few weeks ago. Idea of connecting the variable to function is something I heard, a tutorial I watched. Simply return the value of the variable when called. If I understand what you mean, it wouldn't be as hard to implement. Function get foo, return foo, set foo value. Class might be something. Class might be something. I was talking with a friend about it, and we think that people who use AI for dumb questions should be put into hell with the thickest encyclopedia. Listen, it's not... Some people do definitely abuse it, but utilizing the tools that are in front of you, especially spoon-fed to you, I think the responsibility lies with the creators in that aspect. I really don't think it should be on the kids. They are given a way to easily accessible all the answers at their fingertips, and the systems and people in place in their lives are not properly preparing them for that. Now, there is some level of personal responsibility. I'm not saying there's not. There definitely is. But that's like teachers telling me that I couldn't use Wikipedia for a resource in school. They had the best resources. The tool is literally evil as fuck. For generative AI, yeah. But AI in general, I think people are using it for evil. I think that's the problem. I think if we did things appropriately, aka not theft, you know? Not literal theft. It's kind of like saying a robber who drives away in a motor vehicle, the car is evil. You know? That it's kind of to the level where it's just like it was designed. The current usage is definitely wrong. Wrong as hell. But if you properly, like the fact that it's pulling, so there's multiple factors that I have issues with. One, that it pulls from literally every single source known to now machine and man, all at once, without any regard of legality, without any regard of like what's the word I'm looking for? Permission, just straight up. Right. Like, that's a huge issue. I think if it was able to limit what it pulled from for what is acceptable, not even acceptable sources, but like sources that is dependable and with permission, and then it's able to not feed itself, the fact that it takes so much, like the environmental impact of it is huge. But the environmental impact of it, I think, is just a system of just throw more stuff on it and it'll fix itself kind of deal. It's a victim of growth, I think. Granted, again, not a expert. I'm not an expert on this. This is just common Andy's perspective and just kind of sort of listening to what's happening in the world, right? So just a perspective from a not expert party. So that, and then I want my art made by men, manly men, women ideally. What about anyone who identifies as neither or fluid? It could be any one of those. By human beings would be preferable. And by preferable, I mean essentially mandatory. And I ran into a lot of issues on references on Pinterest trying to figure that out. Being like, is this it? What about lighthouses? Lighthouses can't make art, unfortunately. Is it a dodo-sized lighthouse or is it a lighthouse dodo? The dodo on top is dodo-sized, but the lighthouse itself is lighthouse-sized. And everything in between. Excellent. But yeah, it's just not in a good spot. I really I was so excited for AI. I really was. I was like, oh my gosh, it's gonna make things so much easier. And then they just went and just like, here's generative stuff where all the things that we've stolen. And I'm just like, why did you have to make this difficult? Or, oh, we're gonna replace all of our voice actors with it. And we're gonna replace all our writers with it. And I'm just tired with it. Which is why I'm more or less standing on the sidelines, where I'm just like, I don't approve of it. I'm not participating in it. I'm gonna let this crumble down as it will. And I'm gonna be vocal about it at the very least. So why is the Dota extra large? For clarity. You outwoke me here, I have to admit defeat. I didn't mean to call you out on it, Ludo. I'm just making fun. I'm just poking fun. I know you didn't mean to be exclusionary. Your focus was more, you just don't want generative AI in art, which is a valid point of view. And what I agree with. Engineering proved AI was a lie. He got everything wrong. I had to correct it all. Yeah. Who says dodos can't be that big? It's true. That's true. You haven't seen Mama Dodo next to a person. I guess I can give you that freebie. Mama Dodo sits comfortably on Idealist's shoulder. Now, how big is Idealist? Surprisingly, the answer is it depends. Currently, pretty big. But different points in his life, it was different. And his future is going to be different. You're going to say 5'10", right? Yeah, no, totally 5'11". No, yeah, totally 5'11". Short king. But, yeah, no. 5'11" on a good day? What does that even mean? How do you grow inches on a good day? Do you mean like your... I was gonna say heels? Heels? I mean, technically your spine unshrinks when you sleep. When you're horizontal. You do shrink a little bit throughout the day. Because just the weight of gravity kind of like crunches you a bit. But I mean, luckily I'm at a height where I don't feel subconscious about it. Trying to be more woke each day until nobody can outwoke me anymore. I wouldn't bother with that. There's a difference between being inclusionary and then being woke. I think it's good to be inclusive and making sure everyone feels comfortable. It's another thing entirely when you try to, like, make it your whole thing. It shouldn't be a personality trait. Let's put it that way. Lifestyle, sure. Personality trait, that's when you run into issues. I've worn heels before, would not recommend. I think I've also worn heels before. And the first thought I have is, how did I get my big ass feet into those heels? But I feel like I've definitely tried because I wanted to know what it was like to walk in heels. But I don't remember the details. It might just be a made up memory. I'm gonna be real. Weird. Anyway, I think we've hit a point where we, though this is the point I wish we got a little bit more than this, but you know what? We do what we gotta do. I just wanted to feel pretty, not gonna lie. You're always pretty to me, Geese. I believe in you. It's my defining personality trait. I thought your defining personality trait was that you love dinosaurs. We're gonna put here need to add a way to identify. That's not how you spell identify. XY coordinate with specific set of outputs. One can have multiple defining personality traits. Exactly. But that's one of my point. It's like, it doesn't have to be. You decide what defines you, by the way. For me, the way I like to, or at least try to define myself with, is how I treat other people and my intentions. I want to say actions, but I put a lot of weight on intent. But I think it's the way you treat other people. I think that's kind of the biggest thing for me. I think that defines who a person is a lot more than anything else. This is how you treat others. But that's just my, 2 cents. There's a lot of things that I feel like should be part of my identity, but isn't. But that's a conversation for another time. But what we can do is figure out what, if and whom we're gonna raid, because we're gonna be ending soon. I mean, yeah, I'm a streamer. Of course I'm broke. What am I, in the top whatever? I'm not making money. Or I'm barely making money. Let's see. No one that I know is streaming, really. Who's Sebastian? I don't recall. Let's see. Top one of my heart. Aww. Thank you, geese. Don't streamers have a lot of money? Oh no, only the top ones do. My biggest personality trait is that Spinosaurus at this point. Yeah. I mean, I think it's... wouldn't you just be an artist? The fact that you draw Spinosaurus so well is huge. So good. Sebastian. Am I just that bad with names? So, did we collaborate with Sebastian at one point? I'm just waiting for the ads to end so I can see. You know what? I see Bappy in there. I see Barbaric in there. Let's give him a raid. Regardless. Regardless. Let's do it. It's gonna be, we're moving on to some art. So we're going from some coding, which is a good thing since art is 1M. All right, so we'll do a raid to Sebastian CLVT. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna be raiding a art stream. Yeah, and I hope you all, thank you for joining me today. It was wonderful having you, and I hope you all have a great week. I will see you Saturday, and next time we'll definitely make more progress in this, hopefully more, but that's just how it be when it comes to game dev. Sometimes you hit a wall. So have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and stick around for the raid either way. All right, have a good one, everybody. See ya. Bye-bye.